Good evening, everyone. I call to order the regular board meeting of August 15th. Trustee Rumsey, do we have a quorum?
Yes.
Oh, at 5:01. Thank you. And we have a quorum. Are there any public comments for closed session items? I believe we have one.
I believe we have one. We're waiting for it to come in just now. I think it should be walking it in now.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, Alex Broussard.
Madam President Page, board members Pelly, Yamazaki, Glass, Rumsey. My name is Alex Broussard. I am here to speak with you regarding item 2E, I believe it is, which is actually Broussard versus Orange Unified School District. It's my lawsuit against the school district for actions that were taken by the Board of Trustees that occurred prior to the recall of Trustees Minor and Ledesma. I want to note that it was a different composition of the board at that time, and the actions that were taken at that time were actions that were against public interest. They were illegal. Documents were not produced pursuant to Public Records Act requests. Privileges that were asserted were not privileges that should have been asserted. They're not privileges that applied. I'd love for this board to actually take a look at things. And I'd like this board to consider the settlement that has been proposed to it and consider maybe looking at some of the actions that were taken that were illegal that the previous board took. And I think that that's one of the great things about public administration and having a board like this, because when you have actions that were taken by a board that were clearly illegal, and you have something as powerful as a recall, and something where there is a clear will of the voters, so clear that 2 trustees decide not to run for re-election, and a board shifts so completely because of a lack of transparency, because of lack of document production, because of actions taken by a board, that those policies and the illegality of those policies should be revisited. And a lawsuit is the mechanism for that being revisited. And that lawsuit is brought to you. It is brought with a settlement proposal. And I urge you guys to look at that seriously, long and hard, and please look at a better administration of Orange Unified School District going forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And we adjourn to closed session at 5:04. Can you hear me? It's on? Oh, okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I now call to order the regular school board meeting at 7:15. Can you all please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Great. Thank you, everyone, for being here this evening. Next on our agenda, we have report of closed session decisions. Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. The Board of Education in closed session unanimously took action to approve the staff's recommendation for modification of a release agreement necessitated by the non-renewal of California Department of Education certification. That concludes closed session reports.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have the adoption of the agenda. At the request of staff, items 11L, acceptance of completed contracts and filing of notices of completion, and 13M, non-public, non-sectarian school contract for the 2024-2025 school year, will be pulled and brought back at a future meeting. So with 11L and 13M being pulled, is there a motion to approve the agenda? Thank you, Trustee Pelley. Is there a second? Thank you, Trustee Glass. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item 4A, Superintendent's report.
Thank you. Beginning of the new year always brings a sense of excitement and opportunity. Our theme for this year is We Are OUSD, Learning Today, Leading Tomorrow. That embodies our commitment to providing an education that not only prepares our students for academic success, but also equips them with skills and values necessary to become future leaders. Staff and administrators have been working throughout the summer to ensure a smooth start to the school year for our 25,000 plus students and 3,500 staff. Our transportation department is ready to make sure our students are transported safely to and from school and will drive over 7,000 miles across the district on the first day. Nutrition Services is ready to provide over 10,000 meals on day one, and Maintenance and Operations Department has worked throughout the summer getting our sites ready and prepared for our site administrators who have been also planning and prepping to meet the needs of our students as they arrive on the first day of school. In particular, the administration at Villa Park High School has been working to continue to ensure programs and resources such as their well space are fully operational despite some recent obstacles and staffing challenges that should be resolved and ready to go. I'm looking forward to the Ed Services providing a presentation to the board on the district's continued focus on student wellness and well spaces at our next meeting. I could go on and talk about the amazing things our staff and departments are doing to prepare for our students, but it is truly all of us who are working towards the common goal of preparing our students for learning today and leading tomorrow. At the high schools, our students and staff are returning to campus improvements that have been made possible due to Phase 2 of Measure S. At this time, we'd like to share a video update on the projects.
Measure S, approved by Orange Unified School District voters in 2016, authorized $288 million through a general obligation bond measure to modernize and construct facilities at our 4 comprehensive high schools. While the targeted tax rate is $29 per 100,000 of assessed valuation, due to the prudent financial planning and increased overall property values, residents in OUSD boundaries were taxed only $25.33 per $100,000 of the assessed property value on their 2023-2024 property taxes. According to district records, this equals a total taxpayer savings of $26,799,192 since 2017.
Thanks to the Phase 1 projects of Measure S, Orange Unified School District students and teachers now benefit from 71 state-of-the-art classrooms, totaling over 200,000 square feet of modern teaching and learning space across cutting-edge science centers at Canyon, Al Medina, Orange, and Villa Park High Schools. We are now well into Phase 2 of our Measure S projects, which will provide additional campus improvements specific to each school site's needs. I'd like to share our most recent updates. At Canyon High School, the 400 building project is complete with 13 classrooms and other features such as modernized student restrooms and a speech classroom. Also, as part of these upgrades, 16 portable classrooms were removed from the campus. We are excited to welcome Canyon High School students into the beautifully renovated classrooms on the first day of school.
I think the investment on Measure S has made students so much more excited to come to school. Canyon's such a great school, and it's so cool to see everything being renovated. It really makes me excited to come here.
I did not think it was going to look like this at all. I really like the color that they have, and looking inside the classrooms, it's really big, and I think it's going to be really cool.
I think the new space is really awesome. It just makes our school feel more modern and new.
At Al Medina High School, the renovation of the 800 building has been completed, and the state-of-the-art facility that includes specialized spaces thoughtfully designed to inspire creativity, innovation, and collaboration officially opened for teacher and students' use last spring. We are also thrilled to announce that we are making great progress with the interior overhaul of the 400 and 500 classroom buildings. The renovation, which began during spring break 2024, is expected to be completed at the end of the year. At Orange High School, the new 2-story classroom and student services building is receiving its final touches in preparation for its opening at the start of the upcoming school year. This impressive 26,000 square foot facility features a welcoming and vibrant lobby and reception area, administration offices, counselor offices, a testing room, and 6 large new classrooms, among other key spaces. Adjacent to the building is the expansive new interior courtyard, in addition to the new entry plaza located at the intersection of Schaefer and Walnut Avenue. Both feature natural landscaping, strategically placed trees, and stylish concrete seating, creating campus spaces that inspire community interaction and provide opportunities for student gatherings. At Villa Park High School, we are making significant progress across several key areas. Over in the new classroom building 500, we've made great strides. We've connected the power to the main switchgear to energize the building, and our low voltage work is continuing smoothly. On the exterior, we've installed window glazing on all sides of the building. Inside, the restroom upgrades are coming along nicely, with epoxy floors, tile, and fixtures already installed. In the classrooms, focus work included the installation of marker boards, casework, and lighting to tie everything together. As for the 100-200 building, the framing for the elevator roof and elevator room has been successfully completed, setting the stage for the installation of the new elevator, which is currently underway. The new stairs located on the south side of the building are in progress. These are vital milestones as we move closer to the completion of this exciting modernization portion of the project. We remain on track for the anticipated opening in fall 2024, and we look forward to unveiling these enhanced spaces. These beautiful modern facilities, coupled with our innovative programs and student opportunities, are a testament to the collective vision and dedication of our community.
A special thank you to our Board of Education, the CARES Committee, and the entire OUSD community for your support of Measure S and the facility improvements made possible because of it.
Well, I think as you can see, our high school campuses look drastically different after as they did before Measure S was passed. Measure S really allowed us to create these modern new spaces for teaching and learning that reflect our shared dedication of fostering a bright future for our children. We are immensely grateful, as was stated before, to our Board of Education, our community, and the CARE Committee for their invaluable support. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Gonzalez. Next, we have the President's report. And as previously shared by our superintendent, this is definitely an exciting time of year. I always thought back to school season was like, I just had more excitement compared to New Year's because it's a time of year where you can kind of like set new determinations, set those new goals, and really look at your academic year ahead and really just envision how you want to flourish. And I have those wishes for all of our students. I've seen many pictures and posts of our teachers already starting to get ready and setting up their classrooms to create the best learning environment for our students. And so I know this weekend and leading up to Wednesday, a lot of our families are also preparing for the first day of school. My incoming first grader is really looking forward to being able to play in the really big kid playground. And my incoming fourth grader is really nervous about the amount of homework that she's going to start having as one of the upper graders now at her elementary campus. But one thing that she's absolutely excited for is that fourth graders will now have VAPA programs, which is this year is expanding down to fourth grade. So we're really looking forward to that. So like I shared with a lot of our teachers and our facility staff and everyone just really preparing for our students to come back. That's also a tip for our students and our families, that preparation is key. Just having everything prepared the night before will really diminish the amount of stress that first morning as everyone goes out. And I know that there's parking is going to be limited at a lot of our schools, and if you aren't aware, OUSD is partnering with the City of Orange and OPD to have trainings about school safety, of like how to walk to school, potentially preparing volunteers to help as crossing guards and ensuring that all of our families get to school safely. And Mr. Gonzalez, when is the next training? Is it August?
I'm going to ask Mr. Angel or his staff to clarify that, because I think the one that we had planned, the next one that we had planned, turns out that a lot of elementary schools were planning their back to school night on the same night. So I think they were working with the police department to reschedule that one, so that way people don't have to choose between the two. So more information to come on that.
Okay, so definitely check our social media and websites, and I'm sure the principals will send out a message once that date is finalized. But those are my New Year's wishes for all of our students and teachers. Thank you. Next, we have board recognition of students, staff, and community. And I would like to start with Trustee Erickson, then kind of just go down and conclude with Mr. Tran, if that's okay.
Thank you. I'm excited to hear about all of everything going on at the schools, and I really want to thank our teachers and our staff, who I know have been really hard at work to welcome our students back. I hope everybody had some rest this summer and enjoyed themselves a little bit as well. I wanted to just give a shout out to a community member. Her name is Tonda Fields, and 7 years ago she started a backpack and school supply collection for students in need. And I think 7 years ago she raised about $500 around there. But each year it's grown, and this year, in just 13 days, she collected and donated 320 backpacks full of school supplies. 96 of those went to the Friendly Center. 224 of those went to Orange Unified for our students, and some of our Friendly Center backpacks will also go to Orange Unified students as well, because they're a community partner that we have. And it included all sorts of things, 3-ring binders, 1,152 number 2 pencils, 385 pairs of scissors, index cards, highlighters and everything, 302 reusable water bottles, which goes really nicely with our new bottle filling stations, and it's environmentally sound, so that was good. But her total value of donations, and that includes people who donated, but just monetary value, was $8,778.07 in school supplies for our students in need. And I just wanted to give that community member a shout out, because that's a huge thing for our students, and that's a labor of love for her, and so we really appreciate it.
Well, good evening. I'm not going to say anything too different from what Superintendent Gonzalez and President Page said. Just welcoming everybody back. It's been exciting as I've been out and about to see everything going on at the school sites. I have not passed by a single school site and not seen cars in the parking lot, maintenance crews on the grounds. It goes on all summer, but it really starts long before school starts. I know the principals have already been back. Lots of things are happening. I've run into some district staff, and they're frazzled because that's their busiest time of the year, probably getting ready for everybody to come back. So there's so much preparation that goes into it. But I want to thank all of our maintenance crews, our classified staff, the bus drivers have already been out, doing their practice runs. There's just so much involved. Teachers are already in their classrooms, because you can never prepare enough when you're a teacher. And I wanted to just mention with the Measure S update, it was so good to see that. I've seen a lot of people just recently who have come up to me and said, wow, I just went by Canyon or Orange High School or Villa Park, and the schools are looking great. I talked to a gentleman this morning who was one of the graduates of Orange High when they walked over from the Chapman campus to Orange High, 1952, okay, yeah. And he was wearing an Orange Panther shirt, which I thought was pretty cool. And so I started a conversation with him, but he said he's not been by to see this latest building, but I urged him to please go by. And a lot of the people with him were saying, oh my gosh, it's just amazing. And I know I was at a meeting earlier this week, and I think it was Dr. Glass was mentioning pride in our district. And we want our students to have that pride. As a principal at Fletcher, my kind of tagline was, don't forget to show your Falcon pride. And now I really want to extend that to don't forget to show your OUSD pride. And I don't think we're going to have trouble with that this year, because we have, as you saw, those students in the video are really excited and really proud. And I think all of us are really excited and proud about what's happened. So again, thank you to everyone who helped with Measure S, because that's really been very successful. So here's to a great school year.
Thank you. Trustee Yamasaki.
Thank you. I'm going to just reiterate what everyone else said. I hope everyone had a really nice summer. It went by really quickly. I think everyone agrees with me on that. And it was really wonderful to see all the updates on the facilities, Measure S facilities at each of the campuses. Can't wait to see the faces of our kids when they walk in. As we start another exciting school year, I want to extend a warm welcome to all of our students, teachers, staff, and administration. And of course, I'd like to welcome our newest employees. The beginning of the new school year is always filled with anticipation, new opportunities, and hopefully some fun. Our teachers have been diligently preparing and engaging and providing a supportive environment for our students, and I want to thank them too. I wish everyone the best as we start the new school year. I would also like to thank the new principal over at El Medina, Bob King, for meeting with Trustee Erickson and myself to share his background and vision, and we wish him all the best. And I also want to acknowledge Tonda Fields, and I think Chris said it all. And the last thing I want to say is I'm really sad to report that one of our former students, Armando Medrano, who graduated in 2023, passed away earlier this school year due to fentanyl poisoning. And I want to take a moment to thank the staff, the district, Principal McKee over at Canyon High School, and the football family, because they're organizing a moment of silence at the football game this next Friday at on August 23rd at 6:45. So if you want to attend, we'll be doing that. Anaheim City and another organization will be there. They're going to be distributing information to bring awareness on fentanyl. And I just want to say how sad and pay my respects to the Medrano family, because I know this is a huge loss for them. It's like 19, so it's really heartbreaking. Thank you.
All right. So good evening, everyone. Thank you for being in attendance, and thank you for this opportunity to address you. Again, as everyone else had already mentioned, we want to welcome everyone back to the new academic year, thanking all of the administrators for all their hard work, the faculty, the staff, and of course the district administration for everything that they've done under the direction and leadership of our superintendent. And so as we close the summer semester, I would like to stress a couple of things. I want to talk about briefly a couple of different programs that were in existence this summer. One is the Yorba Summer STEAM program under the direction and leadership of Dr. Monica Luther, an excellent program. One of my nephews attended that program and brought home something delicious to eat every day. And Spam Masubi, if you don't know what it is, learn about it. It's very good. So it was excellent, and I'm very thankful for that program. A second program I wanted to talk about is something that maybe many of you are aware of, which is the CARES program, Center for After School Recreation, Enrichment, and Safety. The program is a district-wide program, but of course in the summer it truncates. And so 2 of my kids went to the McPherson satellite. And we couldn't have done everything that we do in the summer, my wife and I, without CARES. So we're very appreciative of them. And I'm going to take a moment of personal privilege and name many of them. Ms. Violet, Ms. Josie, Ms. Erica, Mr. Josh, Ms. Alyssa, Ms. Brianna, Coach Cameron, and Ms. Novia, who also works at Palmyra, but she was over at McPherson. And listen, what they do is amazing. They are unsung heroes. They're here for, obviously, for the adults, what we have to do during the day, but the kids have a great time there. So it's very wonderful to have them there, and they're very safe, they're engaged, and they have a lot of fun. And then finally, I want to mention and celebrate all those who participated in the C-STEM professional development that was held at Portola Middle School. And so I want to really shout out Greg Miller, who invited me to see my personal doctoral student from Long Beach State, Jeff Hescott, who was one of the co-facilitators. I wasn't able to go because my nephews like COVID, so they started to go back and forth with who had COVID last week. So it was great. They enjoy it. You know, so I want to make sure everyone knows that. Stay healthy, stay healthy. So just as we begin the academic year, I want to wish all the students, the teachers, the families a wonderful start. And in the words of the great Mary McLeod Bethune, the whole world opened to me when I learned to read. And education, as we know, is the key to unlocking so many doors that are endless possibilities. And we want to make sure that you embark on an incredible journey and embark on this together. So thank you all very much, and have a wonderful academic year.
I just want to briefly wish the students a wonderful and successful year, both academically and socially. I want to wish the teachers a successful year, that their passion for teaching would grow and they would have clarity with both their students and with parents. And I don't want to forget the administrators as well, that they have a wonderful, successful year, and that they that their schools are organized and that they would also have clarity. And I want to thank you all for everything that you do. Thank you.
Can I just say one more thing? Thank you, thank you. I would be remiss if I didn't thank the Orange Unified Public Schools Foundation and all their volunteers for organizing the street fair that's coming up Labor Day weekend. They are having a bounce house and they're looking for volunteers. So if you need, if you want to volunteer, I know some of us will be there, so I hope to see you there, and I thank all our volunteers for doing that.
Of course. Well, happening over at Villa Park High School, our associated student body went on this Orange County Leadership Expedition to University of California, Santa Barbara. It's a lot of fun. I've been a part of ASB my 4 years, and I've never went, but I've seen plenty of videos that my friends have sent me, and I know for a fact that I'm definitely missing out. To add on to that, this past week, and also next Monday, we had registration. This is an opportunity for students to really familiarize themselves with the campus, which unfortunately is due to close off to a lot of construction, right? And you can pass by, and the facade of the campus is now totally white and kind of resembles a lot of the science building and also the Measure S Phase 2 building as well. But also in registration week, there was an opportunity for sports and also student organizations to present themselves and gather new members. My club, Interact Club, did that as well. We bought a bunch of candy. It's like, hey, come join our club, and a quid pro quo, I guess you could say. To add on to that, we also have a new assistant principal of special education, Mr. Scott Sukup, who's been with the district for, give or take, almost 2 to 3 decades. And it was also the CTE coordinator at Villa Park High School, and also is a part-time government economics teacher as well. So that's all at Villa Park High School, and looking forward to report for the following school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tran. Item 5, approval of the minutes. We have 2 different board meetings. Would you like to take them both together or separately?
I've got a correction on June 26th.
Okay, then we'll take
actually,
them
on both. But it says we appointed Bob Kim. It should say Bob King. Oh, you already did that. Okay, I missed the boat on that. Sorry.
Should you take them separately since we were not at the July meeting?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so the first one, that correction was already made?
Okay.
Was it?
Perfect.
I could be wrong.
Okay, so I think we should approve it with the correction.
Let's say it with the correction.
Okay, Trustee Erickson, would you like to make the motion?
Yes, I will move it with the correction to change the name to from Kim to King on item C.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
All right, motion passes 7-0. 5B, approval of the minutes, July 18th, 2024. Is there a motion? Or you had additional comments or corrections?
I do. I was looking at item 8A, and I know we don't go into great detail with minutes, but I was wondering if the board would be willing to add a sentence where it says, Ms. Mascarinas from PBK presented the item, and I wanted to add, centered on the escalation of project cost estimate to $19,829,185 from $15,891,204. I just wanted to include what the discussion was and those amounts in case anybody wants to review those minutes. I think that would be relevant. And we did talk about it. This was what was on our agenda item. What the cost estimate on our agenda item was $19,829,185, and the original estimation was $15,891,204.
Okay, so would you like to make a motion with that addition?
I would. I would like to make a motion to amend the minutes so that after Ms. Mascarinas from PBK presented the item, comma, centered on the escalation of project cost estimate to $19,829,185 from $15,891,204, period.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, Trustee Pelley seconds. Any additional discussion?
Yeah, I do have just to inquire with that. Is there a precedent to revert back to the notes and update the original cost and the new cost with escalation? Because it seems interesting to me that we're making that move when there isn't. I'm just asking if there's precedent to let that occur.
I believe she's adding documentation to what was discussed at that meeting. So it's just adding clarification and details.
Yeah,
Okay,
and I would
understood.
probably say, yes and no. I think when we look at minutes, from our meetings, that we tend to summarize, what it's about. So there are times in which it doesn't say exactly word for word what's there. So I think if there's interest by the board to change something, the numbers we can check. So, but in terms of making a better summary of what occurred, I think that there's no issue there in terms of if the board wanted to do that, because we don't, go through and kind of say what every single person said along the way. We just kind of make that general summary. If the board feels like they want to make that better or change that, but it's still a summary, I think that that's within their purview.
Absolutely. It seems to me that from the last presentation, what's pertinent or germane to that presentation wasn't exactly the original costs, but was the updates, right? And if anybody or the public wants to revert back to the original cost of the pool, they could easily look back. I believe it was the February meeting that gave that $15 million estimation. So it just seems kind of off to me that we're adding that when there's public record to that $15 million project. The intent of the presentation last meeting was to update the $4 million cost that's suddenly arisen, right? So that was the intent, and I would assume that was the intent of the presentation, not the original cost. So it just seems to me that that move here is a little bit of a political play and intention to, present to the public that, hey, this is originally a $15 million pool, now it's $19 million pool, and because of that, I guess, we got to go do away with it. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, I think, just to be clear, I did say the cost estimate, the escalation of project cost estimate, and then I'm just including the actual numbers. If we wanted to include the original cost estimate of $25 million, we could probably do that too. But I think this would probably be sufficient to give a reader a better idea of what it was that we were discussing.
I believe the $25 million estimation was with the architect or another contractor, I believe. I believe it'd be wise to stick with the current contractor, right? But again, there's just public records that state that there's a $15 million original estimation of this. And the public, if they're interested in revisiting that number, they could easily look back at the documentations that we previously and currently have.
So, Board President, we were able to check the board presentation. It looks like those numbers are correct. So I believe you have a motion, you have a motion, and you have a second. And I think the board has had an opportunity to discuss.
I would just like to add that I think it was done for transparency purposes. There's nothing that we're trying to hide. Yes, certainly someone can go look up this information, but why not put it out there because it's transparent? That's it.
Okay. Dr. Glass.
And to address your question squarely, is there a precedent for it? No, there's not a precedent for it. And in the interest of being transparent, it's probably wise to do it because the idea of an update is to also add the amount. I think that you can't have one without the other, in my opinion. So I think that reasonably speaking, you ask a good question. And at the same time, I think it's important to note for the public that this was the update. Without the actual amount that was escalated, then there's no purpose for the update. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, why would we even talk about it?
Absolutely. But I mean, again, and you make a great point about transparency, but it's not like we're hiding the original numbers, right? The numbers were already there. The public could easily revisit the documentations and find that the original cost was $15 million. What seems to me here that to add that on the meeting notes is a little bit of a political play, Dr. Glass, because again, the transparency is there.
I think we should just move on.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
We have 5 ayes,
Abstain.
which means
2
there's
abstain.
2 abstentions for absence. Motion carries, thank you. A, public comment. Trustee Erickson?
Yes, let's see, we have one public comment on an agenda item, and then we have I think, 6 public comments on non-agenda. So persons wishing to speak should submit a public comment card prior to the meeting. In general, individual speakers will be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 30 minutes. A speaker shall not yield to another person any portion of the time allotted to him or her to speak. The total amount for agenda items and non-agenda items at regular meetings shall be 30 minutes. The time allowed for those who made requests to speak shall be as followed, and I'm just going to read in this case, 1 to 10 speakers will each be allowed 3 minutes. So since we only have 1 speaker, they will be allotted 3 minutes. The number of speakers to any agenda or non-agenda item will be determined just prior to the time that item is considered, and speakers must be present to be counted in the total. District students who have presented requests to speak will be allowed to speak before other individuals who have also requested to speak. Individual speaking time may not be reduced to less than 1 minute. Those who presented requests to speak but could not be accommodated within the allotted time will be allowed 1 minute each. So the only thing is we do have some students on non-agenda items. So I don't know if the board would like to take the 3 students now or if we just want to wait to item 17.
So the way our bylaw reads is that they would go first when you take up the item. So really that would be at 17. However, at the board's discretion, they can choose to hear, public comments at a different time.
I think we have a short meeting. We can just continue on with our agenda.
Okay. And then our speakers as to item 8C, so it's not quite up yet. Or
7C?
8C.
8C, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, 7A, Employment Agreement for Interim Assistant Superintendent, Educational Services. Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. At our last meeting, the board appointed Ann Truex to Interim Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. She's right over here. This item is... Thanks, Ann. This item is to approve the employment agreement. So it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the employment agreement for the Interim Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services effective July 22nd, 2024, and continuing until the new Assistant Superintendent Educational Services is appointed and reports to duty. And this appointment is at a range of 170 of the option C leadership base salary schedule, and we would like to authorize the president and clerk of the Board of Education to sign the agreement of employment on behalf of the board.
Thank you. Is there a motion on the recommendation?
I'm on it.
Thank you, Trustee
I'll second.
Yamasaki. Thank you, Trustee Erickson. Any discussion or comments? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 7-0. Congratulations. 7B, Declaration of Possible Need for Fully Qualified Educators Required Annual Report.
All right, good evening, President Page, members of the board, Superintendent Gonzalez, cabinet, and community. This evening, we have a revised Declaration of Possible Need for Fully Qualified Educators Required Annual Report on the agenda for approval. The California Commission on Teacher Credentialing, pursuant to Title V, Section 80026 of the California Code of Regulations, requires school districts to file with the Commission an annual Declaration of Need for Fully Qualified Educators as a prerequisite to the Commission's issuance of any emergency or limited assignment permits for employees. In response to this requirement, a declaration of need for the 2024-2025 school year was approved by the board at the March board meeting. A revised declaration of need is required to account for the increased hiring of visual and performing arts and dual language immersion educators expected for the 2024-2025 school year. The declaration of need may be further revised at a later date based upon actual usage or need. So tonight it's recommended that the Board of Education approve the Declaration of Need for the 2024-2025 school year. In simple terms, it helps provide flexibility when it comes to hiring employees for the school year.
Thank you, Ms. Knibb. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Thank you, Trustee Rumsey. Trustee Apelli will second. Any discussion or comments? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And then, so Motion passes 6-0-1.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item 8A, 45-day budget revised report.
Ms. Holguin will present on this item with Ms. Bolsara.
Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Gonzalez. Good evening, Madam President, distinguished board members, Superintendent Gonzalez, cabinet members, and community partners with us here tonight, and those joining us virtually. Tonight, in collaboration with our Executive Director of Business Services, Meghna Bulsara, we are here to provide the board with a presentation regarding the 45-day revised report requirements, updates for the 24-25 enacted budget, and next steps. I will now hand it over to Meghna.
Thank you, Ms. Hogan. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Gonzalez, cabinet members, and community members and colleagues present here and watching online. Per Ed Code Section 42-127, when Governor adopts the budget in July, when Governor adopts the budget in July, then school districts are required to present those budget changes to public and board review within 45 days, and that was on August 12th. So we actually provided those information online for public's view, and there is no requirement to prepare the SACS report or the full budget report at this time for 45-day revise. So it's just the data that we are going to show you the change in the budget. As board may recall that when board approved the budget in June, it was based on the January budget proposal, and since then the state enacted the budget with the slightly higher COLA for 24-25 and 25-26 year, and there is a slight decline in COLA for 26-27 year. Overall, combining 3 years, our districts is going to expect to have a higher revenue by over $4 million for 3 years, and just for 24-25 over $1 million. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Hogbin.
Thank you, Ms. Bulsara. So School Services every July does an enacted budget workshop in which they share key slides that as a fiscal team we believe are worthy of sharing with the board and the public, especially since a budget is considered fluid and at any time may change based on the economic status of the state. So this slide in front of you provides us with the enacted LCFF funding factors per student grade span based on funding, which increases by an average of $114 per grade span. This increase is based on the cost of living, as we know, COLA, 1.07%, and then we also receive additional grade span funding for students in TK through third grade and those in 9th through 12, as well as for students that are considered unduplicated. The next few slides I will be sharing with the board will provide information on how the enacted budget addresses the controversial maneuver discussion that was taking place prior to budget adoption. As you may recall, there was a lot of talk regarding Proposition 98 as Governor Newsom was providing a maneuver that would have had a negative impact on the future funding. It would have lowered the minimum guaranteed if implemented, as you see here, with the blue line showing less revenue than the guaranteed for 23-24, if the maneuver would have been part of this enacted budget. However, due to the advocacy of many stakeholders, a compromise was reached, which included the suspension of Prop 98 with the repayment in future years. And here you're able to see some of those changes, those compromises there. The decision to set Prop 98 based at a higher level in 22-23 increases the 23-24 guarantee to $106.8 billion. However, available state revenues are insufficient to meet this requirement in 23-24. As a result, the state leaders decided to suspend Prop 98 guarantee and set the funding level at $98.5 billion in 23-24. Suspending the guarantee is allowed under the state constitution for the particular purpose. This is the third time since the enactment of Prop 98 that the guaranteed has actually been suspended when it was enacted in 1988. The budget also includes deferrals as a way of managing the shortfall, which basically moves funding, which should have been received this June of 2024 to July of 2024, and it will be the same for next year in 2025. As noted here, districts and charters may be exempt if the deferral posed a cash flow concern to meet the obligations, which is why cash on hand through reserves is important for districts. OUSD will be able to meet its obligations despite these deferrals. And then finally, in addition to the suspension of Prop 98, deferrals and other adjustments, there is a requirement to address the shortfall through withdrawals, and this is triggered by the Prop 98 minimum guarantee in 23-24. As required by the state constitution, the governor signed a proclamation on June 26th declaring a budget emergency in order to allow the withdrawal from the budget stabilization account, which we know as the rainy day account. So while all of these adjustments were made to present a favorable outcome for education, it is still important that we continue to monitor. Moving on, over the last couple of years, there has been a local reserve cap based on the fact that Proposition 98 reserves was at least 3% or higher than the K-12 guarantee, which you see here. The depletion, though, as we just discussed, in depleting from the rainy day there, in 23-24 makes the cap on local reserves inoperative for the 24-25, with only a projection of $1.2 billion in reserve. This information came about after budget adoption, so there is no need to adjust or revoke the resolution of committed funds that OUSD has, because at the time of the budget adoption, the cap on the local reserves was still in place. California continues to monitor enrollment trends, being that education is funded by our average daily attendance. Therefore, if less students are enrolled, we have less attendance. As you see here, the enrollment trend continues to move downward, and that is due to many factors, including the cost of living in California and lower birth rates. OUSD is no different from the state. Thanks to our data team, they created a similar chart using OUSD enrollment data. So the linear regression bars in the light orange provide a more optimistic outlook for OUSD's future because the year-over-year decline is based on simple attrition of cohorts. The exponential smoothing in the light green bars shows what might be more realistic as they follow the current downward trend more closely in alignment with the state. Again, this is something that we will continue to monitor. I will turn it back to Ms. Bulsara, who will share with you the next steps regarding the budget monitoring and reporting.
Thank you again. So currently our fiscal team and all our team is working diligently to close our 23-24 year books and in preparation for unaudited actuals that we will be presenting in September board meeting. And that report will also include the school side carryover, donation carryover, if any, and we will also update the budget, what I presented just earlier. And in the meantime, we are also working with Executive Cabinet in collaboration with the Educational Services, Human Resources, and the fiscal team. We are going to be working on and looking at a lot of data and working on revenue enhancement, how to expenditure reductions, and one-time revenues, if any. So we are going to be also monitoring enrollment when students are returning next week and focusing on average daily attendance. Also including all those data we'll be presenting by December in our first interim report. And thank you so much. And if you have any questions, we are happy to answer.
Thank you both so much for the presentation. I really liked what Ms. Holguin said in the chart as they're on the deferred slide, sharing the state of California and how Orange Unified is okay because we have enough in our reserves. But looking at the projection of the amount of students we'll potentially have in the future, knowing that there's going to be a decline in our budget, what else are we doing to prepare and uphold a lot of the programs that we have? We don't want to make cuts with programming or anything like that. So are there discussions about how to recoup some of that funding or grant applications, anything else?
As Ms. Bolsara stated, there the 5-year stabilization plan in collaboration with our different divisions, planning and looking at where are areas that we can and what is some grants that we have in order to be able to support those programs. We're constantly monitoring that.
Thank you. Are there additional questions or comments from the board? Okay, thank you both.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work.
Thank you. 8B, the SMART Plan, School Modernization and Renovation for Tomorrow Plan and Surplus Property, the 7-Eleven Committee updates. Ms. Holguin.
So me again. Okay. So today is day 34 for me, and I have to say that it's been exciting getting up to speed on all the projects and tasks Orange Unified is engaged in and continuing to engage in with the community to help provide improved facilities for our students. We saw an example of that with an update regarding the next phase of Measure S. I also have gone back and reviewed some of the previous board meetings, specifically the May 9th, and had many one-on-one team meetings to get up to speed. Tonight, I want to provide an update based on the information gathered and next steps needed for effective implementation of both the School Modernization and Renovation for Tomorrow project and the 7-Eleven committee process. Part of merging these two topics together is because the 7-Eleven committee is part of some of the decisions that may impact the SMART project. Okay. So I must credit Mr. Rivera for his creative thinking and connection of the acronyms, as SMART was his idea. SMART, which stands for School Modernization and Renovation for Tomorrow, has many ideas and resources in where the overarching goal is to improve our facilities and student learning environments. Great questions and comments were shared during the May 9th presentation that made our team reflect and collaborate on all that is needed to bring these action items. As part of that collaboration, we have identified key ideas for the plan: surplus property, 7-Eleven committee, project list, which includes the deferred maintenance and the facilities master plan, energy management plan, and funding specifically maximizing state modernization funding. Some of these ideas require us working simultaneously on other ideas as we're waiting for results. By merging these ideas under SMART, we can bring a holistic view to the district's overall facility needs and throughout the year provide updates to the board with actionable recommendations. Tonight, I'm here to update progress and next steps needed for two ideas dependent on each other: surplus property and 7-Eleven committee. While the other ideas are also dependent on these two topics, we need to conduct a deeper dive to come back to the board with detailed updates and believe that the most efficient way to accomplish the needs is to work in phases. While some phases will overlap, as you will hear today, additional and ongoing research is needed. At the May 9th meeting, there were great comments and questions regarding the 7-Eleven process, requirements, role, and support that will be offered to the committee. Those comments and questions led me to meet with staff to see where they were with this process. As you see on the slide, Ed Code 17390 clearly defines the role and purpose of this committee, which, for example, includes reviewing the projected school enrollment and other data as provided by the district to determine the amount of surplus and real property, establishing a priority list use or surplus space and real property, make a determination of the limits of tolerance and use of space and real property in order to make the recommendation to the board. While it may sound simple, let me use this map of La Vida to share some of the conversations we had regarding whether we felt fully prepared to provide the necessary information to the 711 committee members to review. So here you see in this picture of La Vida an area of potential surplus that is bordered by the orange line. It is approximately 6.8 acres, 665 wide by 445 deep, and leaves 10 acres for the school, as generally recommended by the California Department of Education for a 500-student elementary school. We are currently gathering proposals from architectural firms to provide a design showing how to accommodate to meet the CDE recommended hardscape and field space and determine the potential area of surplus property available. We also need to see if the enrollment projections support the number of portables currently on the list on the site, as fewer portables equal more hardscape space area. Now, these are some of the questions and the information that staff needed more time to work on to provide thorough data for the board and the committee. The same detailed process would also need to be done for other surplus properties. Our goal overall, that while some of the surplus work is being completed, we will finalize the recruitment of the 711 committee and come back to the board with the recommendation of which property or properties we may want to look at first. We also, in front of you, you have copies of the revised application, both in English and in Spanish, that was provided along with this presentation. This application came about based on comments from the board that were during the May 9th meeting, conversations with staff regarding the vetting to select members for the committee, and with the support of legal, as well as what has been done in the past, in addition to conversations with other districts. It is in alignment with the Ed Code requirements. We would like to move forward with this application once we are ready by first bringing the board committee bylaws for approval, then reaching out to those who applied to ask that they please fill out this new application and confirm that they are still interested. We would also open the window for additional applicants who may be interested. Some of the revisions include simplified information separate from the application. Since the Ed Code requires representation of each of the categories, we added a question to meet the social ethnic composition of the district, which is optional for the candidates. Applicants can represent more than one category. Because the Ed Code is silent regarding whether the applicant needs to live in the boundary, if they represent the category, we have actually asked the question. Our goal is to get a better understanding if the applicant is directly or indirectly connected to the district. And finally, a signature acknowledging the information is true to the best of their knowledge. Additionally, we confirmed with legal that the committee can serve as an ongoing committee if it continues to meet the member requirements. Also, the board can appoint new members if, after making a recommendation on a certain property, some members decide that they no longer want to participate, or if the board decides that they want to appoint members that are more geographically connected to the surplus property. This is allowable because the committee is strictly advisory, not binding, as you see here with Ed Code 17388. So for now, we want to make sure that the board is comfortable with the application. We would keep the board informed through periodic updates of when we are ready to engage in the recruitment again, and use multiple avenues of outreach, which will include the support of our communications departments and our school sites. Once that process is over, we will bring you a recommendation of the community members who will represent the 7 criteria required, with the resolution of outlining the process. Based on what we heard, priority would be given to applicants who reside in the district and have a personal stake in the district, with the goal of covering the overall composition of the district. Applicants would remain on file to be reviewed if needed or in case of a vacancy, as all documents pertaining to the committee are subject to the Public Records Act. And that concludes the update.
Thank you very much. I was really
you.
pleased to see the updated application in both languages and fully integrated a lot of the feedback that we had. And also the plan of distribution and recruitment, including our DLAC and ELAC groups, so that we can fully get a wide range of families to be able to be represented on this committee.
Thank
Are there
you.
any other comments or questions? Trustee Erickson?
Sure. First of all, I just want to thank you. And I like how you talked about working in phases and also really front-loading all these answers to questions before we dive into something. I think that's really important, and I really appreciate that with your planning. You are asking these questions, but you're also acting quickly to answer a lot of these questions. So I just really appreciate that. I think in terms of looking at something like La Vida, I feel it's important that we really perfect the process and we don't go out and do, 5 of these at once. That we really focus on one, make sure that we do it absolutely correctly, and then we can replicate that later, learning from whatever mistakes we make. So I do appreciate that, and I sense that that's kind of where you're going. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And that is our goal. Thank you.
Trustee Yamasaki?
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you so much for taking a look at the last meeting, because that was really telling, because we asked a lot of questions. And so I see that you incorporated a lot of our concerns into this new one, so thank you for that. I really think that was important. And I just also want to thank you too. I had a couple of questions and you were able to answer them for me prior to this, and you were able to incorporate some of them into the application as well. So I just want to say thank you, and thank you for making the font size bigger on the presentation too, because I had asked for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Trustee Erickson, we have a public comment for this next item.
We do. John Sanks.
Didn't think I'd be the only one agenda item comment tonight. Anyway, I'm a parent, taxpayer, homeowner in the Orange Unified area. I'm glad you're taking some time to go over your board policies tonight. I think it's been time to do that. I'm going to speak really quickly about the attorney policy that you have. And I want to frame this with, the attorney represents the district themselves and not the individual board members. And I work a lot with attorneys in my daily life, and I go through a mantra that if I cannot convince my internal counsel that what I'm doing is correct, an opposing counsel is going to eat me alive. So over the last year, I've seen access to the attorneys here weaponized in a way I've just never seen before in a public agency. I'm glad that our worst offender isn't here to do this anymore, but the point I want to make is that I think all of our board members should have the equal authority to ask questions of the school district's attorney when we're here in this meeting. Running it through the board president the way it has been before, I find it's baffling. That's just not the way I see it typically in a public agency. Just the way that you can ask your superintendent a question, I think anybody up here should be able to ask your attorney a question. If it's a legitimate legal question, there's legal consequences of a board action, you all need to know that so you can make an informed decision moving forward. The attorney's job is to help protect the district. The board, of course, it's free to overrule and ignore the advice that you're given here, but I think you just all need to know what the risks are. The taxpayers, pay a lot of money for an attorney to sit in this room, and I just feel after watching the last year and a half of meetings here, we can use that money a little more wisely in this boardroom. That's all I have tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is the proposed revisions to board policies and bylaws, the first reading. So the purpose of tonight is to review the bylaws that are listed on the agenda, add any comments, revisions, to then propose again for a final approval reading at the next meeting. Are there any questions on a specific one?
I have comments, but on a few of them, so I don't know how you want to take that. If we want to go one at a time, or
Well, are there any additional comments from other board members? Or a preference to take one at a time, or just have Trustee Erickson share her comments?
Why don't we do one at a time so we can start out?
Okay, we'll take one policy at a time. So just let us know which one you're commenting on.
okay. Well, I went through all of them, so I do have some suggestions, I guess, for some of them. But just as a general rule, I wanted to comment and clarify for the board and for the public that these revisions are brought to us really to address changes in the law, to sort of tighten things up as they've come along. Is that right, Mrs. Nim? And so not every board bylaw is in this packet. And I do think that we as a board have an obligation to go through our board bylaws, even ones that aren't in this packet for revision, because they may not have a change in the law, but we as a board may believe that we should revisit our bylaws. And so I would like to see that happen. I came up with 3 of them that I think we could revisit, and that would be, or agendize at a future date, and that would be 9322A, 9200, and 9150. Specifically having to do with things like, last year we came across an issue where a trustee was using the official logo for private purposes, and we didn't have a policy on it. And so then it just kind of opened it up as a free-for-all. I think that we need to look into that, and we need to create a policy for that. And that isn't necessarily pulled because there hasn't been a change in the law. So I don't know how we want to go about doing that, but I do think that we need to revisit particularly the board bylaws, because those are really how we function as a board. The other one was, the other 2 you can take a look at. One is the student board member policy, and 9322A. I can't remember what the other one was, but those are 3 that I thought we might want to pull in the future. I'm not going to address them because they're not agendized, but on the attorney one, the 9124A, I did want to consider in the last paragraph, it says individual board members other than the board president may not seek advice from the district legal counsel on matters of district business unless so authorized by a majority of the board in open session. That kind of addresses exactly what the speaker said. Obviously, individual board members in an open session meeting can talk to counsel in open session. And so that paragraph to me, even though it may be standard language, is confusing. And I think we might want to clarify that. I'm assuming that that means outside the presence of the public and in private or whatever, that only the board president can get advice from district legal counsel. So I think we need some clarification on that. And I also think that it would be good to add language to that says individual board members other than the board president, and then I would say, or the board president's designee. So that you could, if somebody came to you with a question and they said, we want to ask this particular question, but you didn't have time to ask it, that you could designate another board member to ask that particular question on a case-by-case basis. So that was just one clarification I thought might be important, since this is a first read. So we wouldn't be voting on it now, but on 9320, I know that we added this language onto the board bylaw, that's 9323.2C, but I think that we need to add in this language the new legislation that talks about that a special meeting cannot be called for the purpose of terminating without cause the superintendent or assistant superintendent. So we talk a lot about what we can do in these meetings. And so I do think that we should add that clarification in this. And so even though it is in another bylaw, I also think it's important to add it to this since we put in this bylaw. However, we have in this existing bylaw that a special meeting shall not be called regarding the salary schedule, or other compensation of the superintendent, assistant superintendent, or other management employee. I think we should add to that any action to terminate without cause the superintendent or assistant superintendent may only take place at a regular board meeting and following an election where one or more board members are elected or recalled. The board must wait 30 days after the first meeting of the new board. And I think we should incorporate that into 9320B. And it would be under the regular meetings heading. One more. 9323.2. Actions of the board. The question I have, let's see, hold on. It could apply to that one, or it could just apply to 9323.2. I'm sorry, actually. Yeah, it would be E9323.2A, actions by the board, and then it's titled restrictions on board actions. I know a lot of these are specific to, are citing ed code. But my question is, if we as a board would like to do something like, and hear me out, as an example, that we want to require a 2/3 vote of the board if the board brought or was voting on a licensing agreement that was more than 4 years, let's say. We could require as a board, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that that be a supermajority of the board that has to vote on that. Because that is in essence, for all intents and purposes, even if it's not called a license, it's still like a lease, and it binds us. So that for right now, we have a 25-year license agreement that is binding us and diminishing our property value, and yet it only took a 4-3 vote. I think that we need to revisit that so that we don't bind up our property without a supermajority of the board supporting that. So that would be something I think we should add to 9323.2A. I think that's kind of a new situation. We haven't had that situation before where we've called, where we've approved that long of a license. But I think that is, I think it's a pretty serious act that we should have strong agreement on if we're going to do that. And we could decide on the number of years, if it's 4 years, if it's 5 years, if it's 10 years, whatever it is. I think it's important that we add that to our list of what would require a supermajority vote. So those were my suggestions on these policies.
So I don't think we need a vote, but we would need direction by the board if you would like staff to revise those board policies to reflect the recommendations made by Trustee Erickson.
Okay.
I'm good with them.
Yes. All right, there is direction to add language.
And I think for each of these, I think except for the last one, I think I have language already that's elsewhere in CSBA that we can insert there, including the one for Board Bylaw 9124. I think I had heard there in regards to questioning by the board during a board meeting, but then also whether or not the board president could assign a designee or approve another board member to speak to the attorney. Okay.
Right, it already states that the superintendent or designee, it just makes sense that there's board president or designee.
Yeah, and then for the supermajority on the board license lease, I think that's the appropriate board bylaw. So just probably connect with legal counsel on that to advise on that language.
I have a question, and I'm not sure if it's, I couldn't find it in any of the bylaws here, but I don't know if we can incorporate it. I know there was recent legislation that requires that board members have to identify if they receive campaign contributions above $200 and that they have to recuse themselves from a vote or something like that. Or they just have to say it during the vote that they have received money from an entity that we are voting on. And that is law. So, but is it, and I know we have to follow that, but is that something that we should be incorporating into our bylaws to make it consistent so that if somebody wants to go to it and they could see it right there?
I can review that for you, Trustee Yamasaki, because I know that that was a conflict of interest board bylaw was something that we had
Yes.
just revised, I think maybe at the last turnaround that we did the last time, and it wasn't on the list of CSBA bylaws for updates for this round. So I'll review the last one to see if that's incorporated, and if not, if there's any, because I think there's might have been one update since we put these together that's come out from CSBA,
Because I
just to
think
kind of make
that's an
sure that we're
important
current.
one to say because, you know,
Yeah, certainly. And then I think we talked about maybe incorporating that into the meeting that we have with the candidates for the board.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional?
Yeah, I do have one question. Trustee Erickson made a reference to the student board member policy. I just wanted to ask her what her intention is with that and like what revisions would you like to see with reforms to the student board member policy? Because I understand that each school site has their own jurisdiction over the student board members. And if you'd like to make revisions, I'd be more than happy to work with you on that.
That'd be great. It's not on the agenda, so we can talk offline.
Absolutely, of course.
Perfect.
And I do have one question over board policy 0420.41E. It states here that if a charter school governing body requests technical assistance, the Board of Education shall provide such assistance consistent with Education Code 47607A1 or 2. If the charter school has not been identified for technical assistance pursuant to Ed Code 4607.3A, the board may assess a fee for the assistance not to exceed the cost of the service. For charter schools operating before July 1st, 2020, the technical assistance provisions of Education Code 47607.3A, as read on January 1st, 2019, shall apply to June 30th, 2022. My question is, what defines technical assistance? Because I'm under the understanding that technical assistance, as far as statutory interpretation goes, is that it relates to repairs, development, manufacturers, and testing, and maintenance as well. So what's kind of the education definition of technical assistance?
Thank you, Mr. Tran. And I did want to confirm that I did receive that email from you. It kind of came late in this afternoon, so we weren't able to get the complete answer back to the board in time, but I did have enough time to alert Ms. Nid that there was a question about that, so I think we'll turn it over to her.
And I just want to clarify that the charter school oversight pertains to charter schools that we authorized, correct?
Yes, the ones that are subject to our board policies are the ones that we authorize. So the current charters that we authorize are Santiago and El Rancho.
Would it be appropriate for this charter school one to ask that charter schools put their board meetings on a different day than our board meetings?
I don't believe it's a requirement.
Well, I know
that
it's
we
not
can
law,
do
but I'm
that.
just saying it makes it easier for our staff so they're not splitting their time. And, you know, there's,
I'll make a note of it, and I believe that it's something that we can request of them.
okay. Thanks. And these are for authorized charter school, obviously.
our authorized.
Yes. Superintendent Gonzalez, the policy that I just referenced, or that certain section, do you have any idea how that may have been implemented? My apologies. I'm a little bit gung-ho.
No apologies necessary, and I don't have the complete answer, but I wanted to at least touch on it and then look to get some information back. But technical assistance in of itself is a pretty vague definition, but it can mean a lot of different avenues. Typically, technical assistance is provided really on an individual basis to address an identified need, and that could include things such as relevant resources, programs, and so forth. But we'll get a more complete answer for you.
Of course, absolutely. Thank you so much. It's interesting because I know last month El Rancho Charter came up here, presented their amazing statistics and their hard work that their educators are doing in Orange Unified, and I think it'd be awesome to have this policy renewed because under the future status quo, if this is removed, charter schools would have to go to the county Board of Education, which is a whole different process and is a whole different jurisdiction, right? So I think that's something to take into consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Tran. We will get you a complete answer, but some of the technical assistance that a charter school might need, like just the same as some of our own schools that get technical assistance, also get that from the county as well. But we'll clarify that for you.
Of course. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And thank you for also bringing up the student board members policy. That was something that Superintendent Gonzalez and I were planning to bring up this coming year as well, and work with our student board members to revise it and enhance it because it does need additional clarification.
Right, it's very old.
Yeah.
And I think it doesn't incorporate any of the code of conduct that you all have spoken about. Like, there's just a lot of things that it's just old. It just needs to be updated.
Well, and also some of the things in that board bylaw we thought might be, because it seems like each year our student board members take on a project, and so we were talking about the different types of projects that we could present to them, and so there was some pieces in that board bylaw that we wanted to present to the student board members as suggested projects for them for this year.
Absolutely, and I'm interested in, you spoke of, code of conduct, and as far as board policy goes, I do believe that student board members are on equal standing and with their fellow trustees at board meetings as recognized, right? But to add on to that, I believe you also do CSB trainings as well, which should be expected for student board members.
Yes, and I believe Ms. Eric shared that all of you are registered, so it's exciting that our incoming student board members are already planning ahead. Going back to...
Sorry. Go ahead.
Do you have a comment about
Well, I just
something
comment
specific?
that, could we get a copy of your answers to Mr. Tran's questions too?
Yes, the ones for the charter school will be sent to all board members.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. In the beginning, Trustee Erickson also asked and requested a revision or a review of all our board policies and bylaws, and I just wanted to ask the board, is that something that you would want to review as its own study session or be included a part of the training and handbook creation?
Just so you know what I was thinking that we would initially we would chunk it out. Like, in other words, we've always go over these policies like twice a year. There's no reason we need to do that. Like, we could start with board bylaws and sort of look at those and decide if we want to make any changes, and then kind of move on from there, knowing that the staff is going to bring us legal changes. So these are just changes that we as a board might want to establish as a policy.
So the superintendent could ask all the board members if there's any additional policies they would also like to bring up for review.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments? Okay, thank you for the discussion. Now moving on to consent items. Consent items can be taken all as one unless there's an item to be pulled. If not, is there a motion to approve all consent items?
I'll move it.
Thank you, Trustee Ortega. Is there a second? Thank you, Trustee Glass. Any discussion or questions? All right, hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. All right, 17, public comment on non-agendized item. Trustee Erickson.
Yes, we have several, 3 of which are our OUSD students who will be going first. Do you want me to read the public comment language again, or, okay, we're good. All right, first up, Alexander Tran.
Perfect. Well, thank you. You guys know who I am. My name is Alex Tran. I'm a student board member at Villa Park High School. I am a senior and about to graduate. Looking at the previous discussion that we had at the board meeting and Trustee Erickson's request to update the meeting costs, I believe it also, not the meeting costs, my apologies, the cost for the 50-meter pool, I believe it'd also be wise as a matter of transparency to include how much money that we have in our current reserves for restricted facilities funding. I checked out Niagara Niagara's 2023 financial audit, and we have around $100 million in restricted funding for buildings and facilities only. And to add on to that, we have a $24 million, which is replenished annually, a county school facilities fund, which is supposed to be used for modernization projects like a 50-meter pool. So just as a matter of transparency, I believe it'd be wise to add on to that as well. Thank you so much.
Next up, Aiden Kilborn, followed by Lucy Flynn.
Good evening, board members. My name is Aiden Kilborn, and tonight I'm here to speak on the 50-meter pool for Villa Park High School. So currently, I'm going into my 4th year of high school and aquatics at Villa Park High School, and this program has done a lot for me. I came into this school not being athletic at all, never having done sports before, and I honestly wasn't very social. And coming into this program, I was able to do something physically and grow my social life largely, as I think many other students are able to do. So this should be the focus and a strong point of our aquatics program and our pool, but due to the current state of the pool, instead of having these positive effects on people's physical health and social activities with students around them, it's grown to be negatively impacting some students, with many students I know personally getting injured, such as cutting themselves on the pool deck due to its deteriorated state from low repairs over a long period of time. So I think that repairing the school would be able to solve this problem, and I think it's a necessity to preserve the safety of the students. And in addition to this safety and preservation of the desire of the students to exercise, it also has the opportunity to expand on these great things that it already offers, because with a larger pool area, with a 50-meter pool, there's more space for more activities, more students, growth of current programs to participate simultaneously, and we can host larger events. And with these larger events, it even further promotes our school, people to come to our school, and we can host larger events, which can draw in, again, other students with people wanting to come and see the events, or it can generate revenue, such as any other large sporting event would do throughout the district. And I just think there's a lot of good qualities that can be preserved by repairing and renewing our pool. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lucy Flynn.
Good evening, board members. I'm also here to talk about the 50-meter pool at Villa Park High School. Our pool is honestly becoming a liability for anyone who sets even foot on deck, not just hops in the water. This past summer, we actually had a girl had to get 11 stitches after she cut her foot open on the pool wall. And at the last swim meet, we had a boy from another team cut open his foot while also getting out of the pool. I think it's just a matter of time before the pool becomes too much of a liability and someone gets very seriously injured, and then the district could possibly get sued. And then I think a 50-meter pool is the best decision for our district, since every single surrounding district has at least one 50-meter pool, most of them more, just like the Irvine district, which every single high school has a 50-meter pool. And this year, we will also be combining leagues with the Freeway League, and all of their schools have received new pools. 5 out of the 6 schools in that district have received a new pool, and their 6th one is going to be starting soon. Also, a 50-meter pool would give our coaches more etiquette space to run practices, because right now, for water polo, both varsity and junior varsity have to practice together, which honestly, our coaches should be giving the junior varsity kids more different treatment than the varsity kids, so they can work up their skills and become better water polo players, so that we can have a more elite team. And then during swim season, our coaches have to run 2 separate practices during the day because there are too many kids for our pool to accommodate. So we have a morning session and an evening session for our aquatics athletes. And a 50-meter pool would allow our coaches to run one practice, and it would also give our coaches better opportunity to help our athletes enhance their skills and their abilities and make our team more elite. That is all I have to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Next up is Alex Brusaw.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Alex Brusaw. I'm a parent of a wonderful child in Orange Unified School District. I'm a homeowner. I'm a taxpayer in the district. I'm here for 3 minutes tonight to celebrate, not because I turned 42 today, but I'm here to celebrate Orange Unified School District. And I'm here to celebrate Orange Unified School District because when I got involved in Orange Unified School District, there was a board majority of Rick Ledesma, Madison Minor, John Ortega, and Angie Rumsey. And I'm celebrating tonight because as of this December, Rick Ledesma, Madison Minor, Angie Rumsey, and John Ortega will no longer be trustees in Orange Unified School District. We said no more. We got up and we said, no, you can't do these things. We recalled 2 of them. The other 2 decided that the public said no and decided not to run for re-election. As I look back at the last 20 months, I'm thankful and I'm celebrating our community. I'm celebrating the friends I made along the way. I'm celebrating the leaders of the recall. And I'm celebrating the wonderful staff in Orange Unified School District that weathered the storm, that stayed with us, that stayed in our school district, that didn't go elsewhere when they were tempted to do so, that didn't flee the school district like so many did. The wonderful administrators, the wonderful teachers, and the wonderful people who are bringing in the next school year, who are helping our children to learn and grow. And I look forward to the future, and the future that we have with the candidates who are running for the vacant seats that are being left by John Ortega and Angie Rumsey in Matthew Thomas and Sierra Vane, and the re-elections of trustees Anna Page, Stephen Glass, and Sarah Pelly. I look forward to the good work that will be done in Orange Unified School District by a school board that I hope will be transparent, that I hope will govern on behalf of the students in Orange Unified School District for the benefit of the students in Orange Unified School District. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Greg Goodlander.
Good evening, Board President Page, members of the board, Superintendent Gonzalez, cabinet, and community. I am Greg Goodlander, the proud president of the Orange Unified Education Association, OUEA. I'm here tonight to talk about 2 things. The first is the next school year. In my 5 years as union president, I've gone through the COVID-19 pandemic. I've gone through the political strife and chaos of this last school year, and I've led our union through some tough contract negotiations. And through this past 5 years, much has changed, from new superintendents to recalled trustees to new trustees to a constantly changing cabinet to the excitement of Measure S facility enhancements. But what hasn't changed is that OUA is still here, and I'm still here, and I believe that OUA is stronger now than ever before. I'm hopeful for more calm in this space, in this room, and I'm looking forward to what lies ahead. OUA will continue to work for better public education, and with that, I lead to my second topic, community schools. A few months ago, Trustee Erickson from the dais specifically asked for a presentation regarding community schools grant and program that's currently in place in OUSD. Such a public presentation can highlight what is going well, share areas of growth, and provide you as trustees the opportunity to oversee this program. The Community Schools Grant Program provides additional funding to about 1/4 of our schools, and theoretically, parents, staff, and students provide input on allocation of these new resources at a school. OUA supports this program, but does have concerns about its current implementation. We are not alone. Public comment in this room has begged for an improvement to the Community Schools Initiative, excuse me, and a trustee has asked for this presentation. The public, the board, and now the union request that you please direct your staff leadership to provide a public presentation and have a conversation about the community schools program currently in place in OUSD. And with that, otherwise, I do want to say that I am looking forward to a great, exciting year, some calm. OUA is here to support our students and our community and advocate for great public education. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Kara Sparks. And then Tatiana.
Hi, I am a taxpayer homeowner and a mom of 2 second-generation OUSD students, one of which you just heard from, and one you heard from a couple sessions ago talking about esports. She's at USC now. So I want to talk to you about the pool. Why a new pool? Well, obviously you heard from Lucy, the age and the quality of the pool is just not good. It's not good at all. It's bad. There's multiple injuries, including stitches, and obviously the water is a big concern as our students are breathing in this water, and it is disgusting. So we have to think about illness and other types of injuries. If they're cutting themselves and there's dirty water, then that's causing problems with bacteria and potential infection and lawsuits, as she mentioned. So repeated repairs and closures resulting in games and meets disruptions, as well as issues with the water quality, which I mentioned. Now, why a 50-meter? Well, again, we can accommodate a large swim program. Most of the districts in Orange County have at least one 50-meter pool within the district. We do not. We are not competitive. This can also help our students have access to proper training, and most of the off-season swimming is in 50-meter pools. These are used in professional and club events, so we can use it for renting it out for monetary value to the district. As we see enrollment decline, as we just saw in the presentation, we need to be thinking about revenue generation, and this is one way we can do that. And then I keep hearing the concerns about the cost, but I'm not hearing anyone speak of the value, nor have I heard discussions around an ROI. If there was an ROI done, I would love to see it, because we need to be speaking about that as well, not just the cost. Though I agree we should be ensuring the money is not spent excessively, this pool can be a substantial revenue stream, allowing for meets that our district currently has no opportunity to host with our smaller pools. The revenue is going to surrounding districts that do, in fact, have 50-meter pools. So why VP? The number of students in our program, the CIF rankings within our school. We have a CIF champion that just spoke to you today. We have the 3rd-rated GPA in the CIF list. We have the coach of the year. We have 2 students that were mentioned in the top county, again, when sitting here, and it can be accessible by all students that need a pool like Fred Kelly. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm having a hard time reading this name, but I think it's Tatiana. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Tatiana Jayevsky. I have been on Gold for 4 years. I'd like to start with how honored I am to be here representing the team that showed me the best sportsmanship and how to grow as a person. I think that what many of you don't take into perspective is that it's not just a team. It's not just swimming for fun. Throughout the years, we've made a lot of accomplishments, ones that made all of our coaches so proud. They hung the CIF plaque right at the beginning of the pool entrance. This entire team is a family we've been traveling with to different swim meets, a family that we'll be with for years to come, and a family of bright individuals who dedicate a lot of their time to swimming. I can't start to explain all the happiness this team has brought me, but I will say this. Every single morning practice, every afternoon practice, and every move schedule or swim meet that I've been with on this team has shown me how important it is to be on a team. Even more to be on a team that others can rely on, that won't have a pool that breaks down every other week. We have asked so many times for other teams' help, and they're out of the kindness of their heart and out of the generosity, they have allowed us to use their pool. When is it our turn to repay all those other teams that have allowed us to use their pool? If we had a 50-meter pool, not only could we host more meets, we could hold more practices for our own team. There has been many times that our practices have overlapped, leaving us with limited amount of lanes because our 25-meter pool is not sufficient and is not well maintained. Not to mention the amount of meet warm-ups where we couldn't do all of the practices that we needed because of the fact there wasn't enough room. As a swimmer myself, I can't begin to express the frustration it brings me and all the other swimmers when we are denied access to a new pool to be built. Everything else on campus is up to speed. For a few weeks now, construction workers have been working on the gym, for example, that is across from the pool. The football field, the track, and the baseball field are all up to Olympic standard. I can't believe it takes these many people telling you how helpful a 50-meter pool would be to understand the importance of this decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jerry Ochutsky.
My name is Jerry Oshesky. I'm the head coach of Orange County Gold. I'm also a volunteer coach for Villa Park High School. I've been coaching for over 40 years. I've seen a lot of pools. I've seen a lot of facilities, good and bad. I've also coached high school teams, college teams. Orange County Gold is a 501c3 youth-oriented sports team. We operate primarily out of Villa Park High School. Sometimes we use Orange High School when it's allowed. All but three members of our present team live within the OUSD boundaries. This is truly a OUSD-sponsored youth sports program. This year, every member of the summer team, the summer water polo program, all of our swim lessons, and our master's group live within the boundaries. Currently, our OUSD community-based program can only offer the summer team, water polo team lessons and master swimming in the summer because of the restrictions, just time. You know, kids are in school, gets dark early, gets cold, there's no locker rooms. The kids have to walk, I don't know, about 100, 150 yards to the bathroom. It's not a good situation. The pool is in disrepair. I've seen when they fix the pool or when they repair it, I've seen some of the plumbing. Even if they re-plastered the pool, the amount of time and effort and money to replumb the entire facility, you might as well just build a whole new 50-meter pool. A 50-meter pool is considered a multi-use facility, a 25-yard pool, which all the OUSD pools are right now, are single use, meaning only the water polo program can use the pool at one time, or the swim program, and we have to take all the lane lines out for water polo. Water polo has to put in their goals. There's a lot of wasted time. This is OUSD's second attempt to build a 50-meter multi-use facility. The first was Elmo. Now they have a single-use facility. It's a 30-meter pool that only one sport can be in at a time, or as mentioned before, only the varsity team or the JV team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to other business, board or staff conference or comments.
I just want to renew my request again for a presentation on community schools, which I believe is in the works. I'm hoping. I also wondered if we can, as part of the pool conversation, you're bringing back different information, maybe give us some information on how much revenue a pool can generate, both 50-meter and whatever other size pools you're bringing back to. I don't know if there's any difference in how much they can generate, but I think it might be worth us looking at. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez, is there a timeline on the community school presentation?
I think the board received last Friday a draft calendar of the Board of Education meetings for the entire year. And if you look in the Education Services section, you'll see that you have well spaces for September, and then community schools in for October.
Okay, thank you.
Just as a follow-up as well, and there were some very poignant questions that were brought up as well associated with the pool, and unfortunately I wasn't able to be here, but I would ask the board to have a vision. And the vision is we want to see that we're updating all of our schools, modernizations, second phases, what have you. All of our kids are going to matriculate to and from and through the high school. And so we want the attractability in that nature. And this could be another form of that, so that it was spoken about the ROI, what's the return on investment? And it'd be a huge investment. If you looked at what just took place recently with the Olympics, that right there is going to be here in 4 years. Guess what they're going to need in 4 years? Accessibility to 50-meter pools. If you looked at the time trials for Indianapolis, where the Indianapolis Colts play, they put up an aquatic center in a week. At the Olympics, they had a Taylor Swift concert 2 days prior, and in 48 hours, they put up 2 Mirtha pools in that center. This is the Olympics. So I asked this board to have that type of vision, that if the Olympics can do this in 2 days, literally, why can't we do that?
We don't have the budget.
Well,
we have.
Well, hold on a second.
Okay.
I'm not done. So the other thing is that when our own staff came to us at an initial $30 million project, and it was reduced down to a realistic
Excuse me,
number.
I think we're kind of like out of line right now. We're talking about an agenda item, and an item that's not on the agenda.
No, this is open comments. So
You were talking about an item that's not on the agenda. Usually open comments are reserved for like, oh, what are we going to do in the future? At the next meeting, if you'd like to request it to be on the next meeting.
Sure, then
we
I
should do that.
request it to be on the next
Okay,
meeting.
but I think it's unfair for you to talk about it and we can't respond appropriately.
And it was on the agenda last month, but
Yeah.
you weren't here, so.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I did mention that.
Yeah,
So,
I'd also.
So anyway, yeah, so I'd request it to be on the agenda next month.
Okay.
My
Okay,
apologies,
thank
but
you.
I'd also like to make a request as well. For the next meeting, I understand that the school site, prior to the July 18th meeting, made massive concessions to bring down the cost of the pool down to the proper budget. Those were never presented at the July 18th meeting. If we could have those numbers, also requested and also displayed at next month's meeting, I believe that'd be, or at least when the pool's on the agenda, I believe that'd be proper. Thank you.
You know, you're really asking our staff to redo a meeting that we just did last month because you missed it. I think that puts
No,
an
I'm
undue
not
burden on
actually.
them.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
because what are
they're
you
actually
rehashing?
updating. They're actually updating the cost.
They are planning to update us later
So
on in the
it's
year.
not an extra burden. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, well, I would only ask them to come back with an agenda, with an item if they have an update, like with new information.
The staff is working on some of the items that we.
I mean, they're putting together, they're starting school, they can't be just focused on one item at this moment. They did it last month and you weren't here. I'm sorry you missed it.
Okay, if you're against the pool, then just say it.
I didn't say I was against the poll. If you listen to the meeting, I said I want to explore all of our options. It's our duty to do that.
Okay, and I'm just asking the board to have a vision to.
But you
50.
weren't here last month to
It doesn't
talk
matter.
about it.
We're talking about today.
All right, Mr.
So
Gonzalez, finish your
just to
comment.
close this out, the staff is preparing to follow up on the last meeting that we had. We're preparing things and we'll take the comments that were made right now into consideration in that presentation.
Thank you.
While you're at it, can you also add the information that we talked about a year ago regarding the Canyon pool and the Orange pool, and that's the status of their pools as well?
I believe that was part of the request the last time, and it's planned to bring that information
Okay,
back.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board meeting's adjourned at 9:06.